Okay, all set, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is December 29th, 2020. Time is 9:00 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom due to the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in place in the state of California. We have one change to our calendar today, and that is the matter of Enwave Los Angeles, Inc., case number 3447-73 for a regular variance is off calendar. We have two matters remaining on calendar. One, which we'll take first, is continued from December 17th, where we did not have enough time to complete it, and that is South Coast AQMD versus Ralph's Grocery Company, case number 6166-1 for a status report and a request for a modification of the order for abatement. Then we have a second matter, which is Sierra Vista Cleaners, case number 6182-1 for a regular variance. And if anyone is here for Sierra Vista Cleaners, I don't think we'll get to that for a little while, but stick around for a moment, because what I'm going to do is call the first case and see if there's been any movement between the parties, or if we still anticipate a number of witnesses for today. So let me call the first case, which is Ralph's Grocery Company, case number 6166-1. And who is representing the executive officer this morning?
Good morning, Catherine Roberts on behalf of the executive officer.
Good morning, Ms. Roberts. And who is representing Ralph's Grocery Company?
Good morning, Madam Chair. It's Mike McDonough from Pillsbury representing Ralph's.
Good morning, Mr. McDonough. Would the parties like to, was there any discussions since December 17th, or are we still prepared? I know we did not quite finish. We had gone from Mr. Eaton where we had not quite finished. I don't know if board members still had questions. And then we took up Mr. Corbett. We had to end the hearing. I don't believe we 100% might have finished questions from Mr. Corbett. And at the time, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that you would need a rebuttal witness in addition to the witnesses that you were planning to call. Is that still the case?
So I would start with, there has been some movement. Council has spoken with counsel for the respondent. And we have submitted potential language that at this point is still preliminary and is pending some additional testimony that we expect today that we think would get us closer to a stipulated order. It does remain the district's preference that this continue to be a stipulated order for abatement. And our understanding is that the respondent feels the same, that this should remain a stipulated order and the parties should be able to reach a stipulation. The district's understanding is that there has been some updates regarding some of the permitting issues. And so the district does anticipate additional testimony regards to that. The district, again, does not anticipate affirmative testimony this morning, but is again going to reserve its right to potentially call a rebuttal witness pending the testimony from the respondents this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Just so I understand, I didn't realize that we had received anything, but we received apparently about 8:45 from the clerk, a divert preliminary schedule. Is that what the additional information that we should have, or is there something additional?
I believe that is the only exhibit that I have seen submitted, but my understanding is that the respondents' witnesses would be able to testify to some updates, potentially since even that 12/23 scheduling.
Okay. Well, let's, board members, make sure everybody has accessed that additional document. And then what are we up to, Madam Clerk? Is that T as in Tom? Okay.
Yes.
We will, thank you. We will mark that new divert preliminary schedule dated December 23rd, 2020 that we received this morning at 8:45. Oh, it says it on there. Thank you for that. As respondents exhibit T as in Tom. And Ms. Roberts, is that your opening statement, or is there something else you'd like to say before I turn to Mr. McDonough?
My opening, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonough, would you like to fill us in from your perspective, give us an opening statement for today's hearing?
Yeah, I think Ms. Roberts has it generally right. I know that there's a set of proposed conditions that I'm not sure we're quite at official language yet, but we've got probably 90% of the gist of those comments worked out. We'll get some more testimony on that, I think, this morning. And I know that we're probably technically in the middle of Mr. Corbett's questioning by the board. However, it may make sense to have Mr. Corbett start out by giving you a rough update on where we've been since our last hearing, since there have been some developments that may help answer some questions.
That does make more sense. And before I swear in witnesses for today, can I ask if the parties have any idea of a rough estimate so that we can let the parties for the second matter today have some idea of when they would need to come back?
Well, I can tell you from the respondent side, it shouldn't take Mr. Corbett too long to give you the update. I would imagine, 15, 20 minutes of testimony, he can probably cover it. Obviously, we want time for your questions and Ms. Roberts' questions. So depending on how long that questioning period goes is probably going to make the difference on how long we're going to take this morning.
And
since we don't have any other witnesses, it's really just Mr. Corbett and any of your questions.
Okay. And Ms. Roberts, are you planning to, I know you have a potential rebuttal witness depending upon the evidence that's presented today by respondent. But you had, I think in your original opening on the 17th, mentioned that there were other witnesses you might wish to call. Is that still the case?
So I do have both Mr. Balliet and Mr. Nguyen from our compliance and our engineering departments respectively, who are available to answer questions. They're the most familiar with this facility. The district would intend to call Mr. Nguyen potentially as a rebuttal witness pending the testimony today solely for to provide clarification and explanation of the city's permitting process based on what the district has learned, if that is not fully explained by the respondent's witness and becomes necessary. Again, it's the district's preference that to move this along, we would not need to put on an affirmative witness. But again, if there are questions regarding the current compliance status or any other engineering questions, I'm happy to have a witness provide answers for the board.
Okay, so thank you. And so let me say this to Sierra Vista Cleaners, both the petitioner who's attending for today's hearing, as well as I think Ms. Manwaring will be, or Ms. Lee will be representing the executive officer today, that we will likely not get to that matter before 10:30 this morning. So if you just want to check in at 10:30, we won't take it before then. Okay, and hopefully we'll be around then, or we'll give you a new estimate of time. Okay, so I would like to swear in any potential witnesses or anyone who is planning to testify today. So if you're either planning to or you might be called to testify, if you turn on your camera and please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, Mr. McDonough, if you want to call Mr. Corbett, you can begin.
I will do that, Ms. Chair. And again, Mr. Corbett, I know that you were in the middle of answering questions from the board, but if the board will indulge me, I'll take you through just a few direct questions to kind of get the update on where we've been since the last hearing. So starting with the flare, recall that you were testifying in the last hearing that you were waiting on City of Compton approval of building permit. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Okay. Could you give us a brief update on where that stands?
Sure.
With the city?
Sure. So following the last hearing, we followed up with the city last week, both while I was on vacation and our consulting engineer was on vacation. We still reached out to the city Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to get update on the timing of when we would receive comments. And we were told that it was in review. We did receive comments on Saturday, the 26th. So Design Group, which is our primary engineering consultant, received the comments on Saturday, December 26th. That person was on vacation, but forwarded them along to the engineer who was working. He informed me of the comments yesterday. We had a conversation yesterday afternoon to discuss kind of path forward, how to communicate with the city. They went to the building department yesterday afternoon to kind of clarify some of the additional comments that the building department requested. And what we were informed of is that the building department wants to see additional information on the construction of the flare. So up to this point, we have provided a California professional engineer stamped general arrangement drawing that certifies that the unit is designed to California building code. But the permit inspector is requesting an additional layer of detail to also show the fabrication drawings of the unit, including weld details, calculations on the structural design of the flare. So once we found out that information yesterday, I had our engineers summarize in their eyes what it was that the building department was requesting. I will say that what they provided in their update email was not at the level of specificity that we received verbally yesterday. That's one of the continuing challenges with the city, has been getting specific and detailed information as to what we need to provide them in order to satisfy their requirements. So once I had that detailed information of what we need to get from our flare vendor, I then forwarded that along last night, spoke with our flare vendor this morning, and he's already moving on trying to find out what he needs to do to satisfy that. I spoke with him about a half hour ago. He's confident that they can provide the fabrication drawings relatively quickly. Challenge being they need to be wet stamped, as we all know from the last hearing, and provided, physical wet stamped drawings. And he needs to find out if their consultant that does their California PE stamps is working this weekend, not on vacation. So he hasn't been able to make contact with him yet. So that's kind of where we stand right now with the building permit. So new information yet again has come to light on the level of detail that the city is requiring to satisfy what they need to know on the construction of the flare unit.
Okay, and Mr. Corbett, there was also a question from the city about providing a technical street address for the Wilmington property rather than the West Artesia address.
Correct, and that was a clerical change on the address listing.
Okay, so let's break it down a little bit. So these comments were provided to you this last Monday, the 28th. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and these were comments that the city provided to your subcontractor over the weekend on Saturday. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so since the subcontractors received the comments on Saturday, what is your understanding about the subcontractor's level of diligence in responding to those comments?
I'd say very high level of diligence. As I mentioned, a person on vacation on a Saturday still forwarded the email along to somebody who they knew was working Monday morning. And when I first made contact with them Monday, they immediately, told me what the situation was. They were very receptive to me probably bothering them, requesting multiple update calls throughout yesterday to track, how things were going with getting in touch with the building department.
Okay, and then your understanding is that yesterday, Monday, you understand the subcontractor had phone conversation with city representatives about the comments?
Actually, an in-person conversation. They physically went to the building department and specifically requested to speak with the permitting engineer himself. So that's typically when you go to pick up the plans with the comments, you don't go to the actual person who reviewed it, but they requested to speak with him specifically because of these challenges that we've been having. Is each time we submit this, we are under the understanding that we're providing the level of detail that they're requesting. And so we're trying to get over this disconnect from a communication perspective as to what they need to see to be satisfied with the design of the unit.
Yeah, and to that end, I wonder if you could explain for the board the challenge that you face with the city, particularly in going through multiple levels of communication. So is the person that is at the city plan desk, is that the engineer that's actually reviewing your
No.
project, or is it someone else?
It's somebody else, yeah, and they would in kind of pre-COVID, there would be a physical plan review, right? So the building inspector would review the plans, come up with his list of comments, and then everybody would sit down and do a plan review. They're not doing those due to COVID, and so what we've been receiving are the plan review comment PDFs that we've all seen. That are fairly not particularly detailed at a level of specificity to really show what they want to see. Secondly, we've also asked, hey, can we do a plan review over Skype instead? And they were not receptive to that.
So in pre-COVID times, these are the kind of meetings that the engineers typically would have in a conference room, person to person?
That's correct.
Okay, so if there were questions about detail, if the city wanted more detail than was provided, that could be shared in real time in those meetings?
That's correct, yes.
So now post-COVID, are those communications are having to happen through email and phone?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it your understanding that it's a matter of the city being specific enough about the detail it's asking for?
Yes, yeah, and I'll also add, I looked back after I last testified because I knew that we had engaged the building department before we actually submitted the permit application as we were working through the balance of plant design, and we engaged them at the end of August about this flare unit to get this process rolling to figure out what we needed to do. And they told us some things, and then in November we found out we needed the PE stamp, so we went through that process, and now we're finding out that they want to see how it's actually physically built to the level of detail of what filling rod type they're putting in each weld.
Okay, so I don't know if you have what's been marked as Exhibit T before you. This is the latest divert preliminary schedule dated from December 23rd. Do you have that handy, Mr.
Yes,
Corbett?
I do. Yep.
Okay, and can you verify that this is the latest version of the project schedule that's been shared with the district?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so in taking a look at where we stand, if you'll turn to page 2 of that Exhibit T, under the construction flare, I believe the line we're most interested in here would be line 116, final building permit submittal and review. Do you see that line?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, so as of the 23rd, the projection of final building permit review submittal would have been ending today, December 29th, 2020. As we stand today with the information that's developed over this weekend, where do we stand on this particular deadline? Do we still think we're going to get city approval today?
I would say no. That date was assuming that the conversation yesterday was a positive conversation where what we provided in the last round of this was at the level of detail that they needed.
Okay, and I know this is always the very challenging part, but based on that conversations or the conversations over the weekend, where do we think it leaves the schedule now? When do we expect final building permit submittal and review to occur now?
So I would say it's an evolving situation. I'm in contact throughout the day today with our so the main thing we need to get right now is all this information from the flare vendor. And I haven't gotten a timeline from them as to when they can print out the information, get their PE to stamp it, and FedEx it over. So that's kind of hard to pin down. My best guess, when we went through this on getting the wet stamp, and that went relatively smoothly, that took about 2 days, I believe. So it's possible it could happen towards the end of this week, but I'll have a better estimate at the end of the day today.
Okay.
From there, based on what we've seen with the city, it's been a 2-week duration of review time after we provide information.
Okay, and so hypothetically speaking, if the city, I think your testimony was you don't know when the city is going to provide their approval, but let's say it's going to be within the next 2 weeks, that would put us at January 8th. If the building's approval were delayed until then, would you expect a day-to-day delay on the remaining tasks below 116 on Exhibit T?
That's correct. The one potential issue could be on line 129, commission new flare. that is something that we need to schedule with a third party. So right now it is scheduled for that week of the 28th. And once we have a better visibility to the end date, I'll have to reach back out to them and reschedule. So there's a chance that they may not be available. Hopefully not, obviously, but that's always a chance.
So, and every time the city's review date has slipped, have you had to rebook this commissioning date?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so far they haven't been booked during that date, but you're saying they might be in the future.
Correct, with the exception of, I think there was the one iteration of the schedule that could have had commissioning happening over the holiday weeks where they don't support that.
Okay, so and we presume that there will be a revised version of this Gantt chart to reflect this information over the weekend. What would you expect would be the new date for your expected final building permit submittal and review on line 116?
My best estimate would be a 3-week delay. So that is 1 week for us to get the information from the vendor and resubmit, and then a 2-week review period.
And is this?
And we're doing everything we can to do better than that. I'm just kind of, everything up to this point that has been kind of how it is shaken out.
And does part of that reflect the dependence on people who may be on vacation all this week?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. So we have a set of, well, I wouldn't say we have a set of proposed conditions yet, but the district has proposed some concepts around conditions that we might agree to. Can you confirm that I've shared a copy of the email that was sent to me by Ms. Roberts with you earlier yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to kind of take you through some of those concepts. Again, understanding we're not to any agreed language here yet,
sure.
But just to see whether these concepts would be feasible. So the district will be seeking respondent to commit to ensure that all necessary permit work for the new flare and generator is done quickly, and that those permits are obtained timely. And that among the things that respondent would do would be to commit that the generator application would include all information listed on the applicable plan check submittal requirements form posted by the city of Compton. Do you expect that Ralph's would be able to comply with such a condition?
Yes, we've already provided that information to our permitting engineer after the last hearing.
Okay, and the district says they also will be seeking, they will want respondent to commit to seeking expedited processing, including paying any associated fees for all permitting applications where possible. Do you anticipate that Ralph's is in or will be able to comply with that?
Yes, we've requested expedition fees from the city, and we were told that they don't do that.
Okay. Is Ralph's taking all other appropriate expeditious steps to move this along as quick as possible?
Yes.
Okay. The district has also asked respondent to commit to promptly respond to any comments, requests for information, or feedback from the permitting entity here, the city of Compton, and that respondent shall provide a response to the comment, request for information, or feedback within 1 business day. Is this something that Ralph's typically does in all of its dealings with permitting entities?
Yes, I'd say that the example that I just gave of this last iteration has been typical throughout the permitting process on this project.
And do you expect that that's probably something that Ralph's would be able to commit to going forward?
Most certainly, yes.
Okay, and then the district has also asked Ralph's to include an update on any outstanding permitting efforts in the weekly reports to the district that Ralph's is already making pursuant to the condition 3 of the stipulated order, including noting when the comment or request for information or feedback was received, when a response was provided, and whether the status or timing of permit has changed as a result. Again, is that a condition that Ralph's believes it will be able to live with?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Madam Chair, I think I would leave it to cross-examination with Ms. Roberts and then further questions from the board members.
Thank you. And let me just ask in general before Ms. Roberts, you ask your questions. When do the parties think that we might have a draft of? Are we waiting to hear from the evidence today? Is that what the holdup is, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, and I have a couple of questions specifically on whether or on the condition that would require them to respond within 1 business day. that I do think requires an answer. Other than that, it's being concurrently reviewed by staff, and I believe the respondent requested review just for that the language itself, the substance of the conditions. Beyond that would not change.
Okay, so then we'll on an appropriate time take a break on that. Okay, so I just wanted to get that timing down. Ms. Roberts, your questions for Mr. Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett, and thank you for that update. That does provide help. I do want to I have a couple of questions. So starting with the proposed modification date for the flare specifically, the requested modification is to move this date to February 3rd of 2021. And my understanding is that based on your testimony today, you are not changing that request from the request that was made on December 17th. Is that right?
No, I mean, everything that I just spoke to on the plus 3 weeks is relative to that date.
So there is a change in the condition number, I believe it's condition number 3 date. That you are
I can speak to the schedule. I would leave questions on the condition to, I guess, Mr. McDonough.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And I can just tell you, just jumping in, that based on the testimony we've just heard, it will be our intention to request an additional 3-week extension to the flare date to account for this latest delay from the city that's just developed over the weekend. That would be our intention.
Okay. So is that, because as I look at Exhibit T, my understanding is that the condition that Mr. McDonough and I were talking about as to the final commissioning date, that should be the same as the date, or at least the end date of line, what is 129? Is that a correct understanding, Mr. Corbett?
That is correct, yes.
And so the latest Gantt chart, which is actually from December 23rd, still lists that concluding deadline as February 3rd, but that's no longer the correct date. Is that right?
That's correct. And that's due to all the information that came to light on the 26th.
Okay. And so what's the new current date, that end date on line 129, or that same line item, the commissioning of the new flare? What is the new proposed date for that?
So that's where we need to find out today. This is where it's an evolving situation. So I don't know from our vendor yet when they can get the information pulled together to provide the city. And then we would probably assume 2-week review period from the city based on what we've seen up to this point. So I would say we're in the 3-week range.
Okay.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I'm sorry, just to be clear, it would be our request to change the requested extension from February 3rd to February 24, 2021. That would be corresponding to line 130, expected new flare operation. So that would change the content of the proposed order before you. That, like I said, that reflects the changes over the weekend.
And board members, that's condition number 4 on page 12. So that's the new request. Thank you.
Okay. So if that gets moved to February 24th, and I believe you testified earlier at our prior hearing that the date of the flare does not directly impact the timing of the generator. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
So looking at the condition number 5, I know you're less about the condition, but the timing of that one is listed as June 9th of 2021. And that is not changing as a result of any permitting from the flare. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And has there been any update since your December 17th testimony regarding the generator timeline?
Yes, and that's reflected. I can walk through it on Exhibit T. So we spoke a lot about the switchgear order, which is line 52, place purchase order. That is an actual date. Purchase order was placed on December 21st. Once we got an understanding of the switchgear unit, we get into a little bit of kind of project stuff. Once we knew the physical size of the switchgear that we were installing, we could then reach out to our rigging company, which is the company that rigs things into place, about the rigging plan for this project. And in exploring it with them, we realized that we could rig the switchgear separately. And what that accommodates is getting the genset into place when the genset arrives on site, and getting all the other equipment into place, which are when it arrives on site, and doing a lot of the balance of plant mechanical work, electrical work, civil works prior to the switchgear arrival. And then when the switchgear comes to site, it decreases the amount of work that basically needs to get done. Previous versions of the schedule had rigging waiting until the switchgear got to site, assuming we would need one big crane to rig every piece of equipment into place. And so what that is done in lines 145 through 154, some of the kind of workflows of that construction process have pulled in accordingly.
So when you say pulled in, that means they were moved earlier?
Correct. That's correct.
And so at this point, would you say the commissioning date of the generator has actually moved earlier than the previous request of June 9th, 2021?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, but you are not requesting to move the deadline in the condition from June 9th. Could you briefly explain why, if the chart now, at least as it stands as of December 23rd, suggests on line 155 that it would be completed May 31st, why is the deadline still being requested of June 9th?
Sure. So it's quite typical on a construction project like this to have at least 2 weeks of contingency built into a schedule, into an end date. There were a lot of questions during my last testimony about why we didn't forecast some of the things that we didn't know when we generated the original schedule. And that's exactly what time contingency is for in schedules. I teach this part-time for undergrads. I teach a project management course and engineering management course at Tufts University, and contingency is one of the main things that we talk about, is the idea of having both dollars and time set aside for the unknown unknowns.
Okay. And I believe when you and I were discussing the flare on December 17th, you described the permit from the city. I want to say that your words were that that was a path critical step.
Yep.
Getting the flare.
Yep.
What are the equivalent path critical steps remaining for the generator?
For the generator, so right now as it stands, and so critical path is the path with which, if anything on that path moves a day up or moves a day back, it changes the end date day for day. And so there are multiple paths through this project, and you can see that kind of if you look at the pictorial part of the Gantt chart. So the thing about a critical path is it can change as you get new schedule information. So right now, our critical path is the switchgear getting to site and getting installed. I will say, however, it is close now that we just got the most recent communication of a delay from CAT that the generator could be the critical path. And then at which point the generator getting to site could be the critical path. At the moment, the permitting process is not the critical path, but we are watching that very closely. We've been updating our timeline on line 140 and 141. Based on our experience in this phase 1 permitting process, and based on this last hiccup, I suspect we'll be changing that line again, just to have a little better of a forecast based on everything we've gone through on this process. But in Exhibit T, as it stands right now, that process has about 2 weeks of float, which means that the building permit could slip by 2 weeks later and still not become the critical path.
Okay, so speaking of the building permit for the generator, the application has already been submitted
Yes,
Or-
we've submitted to architectural review, which is the first step of the process. Their comments were due back this week. They did reach out to them yesterday and got an auto email reply that the person will be back in the office tomorrow.
Okay. And based on the comments we've received regarding the flares building permit, have those comments been carried over? So for example, if they are requiring wet signatures for the flare, are we anticipating and providing wet signatures for the generator permit application?
Yes, we're still in the process of getting them from one of our vendors, but they're aware of it and they're working on it.
Okay, so there is information that you have still to provide as part of the building permit for the generator.
Correct, but not for the next step is the fire department. So it goes from architectural board to fire department, then to building, and it has to go through that sequence. And we don't need the wet stamp for the fire department review. So we're using this time while we're going through the architectural board review and the fire department review to get all our ducks in a row for the building department review.
Okay. And then I just had a couple of additional questions. So you talked about the current status and you had a meeting in person with the city regarding the permit for the flare. And you had that on Monday?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and who from Ralph's or Ralph's contractors was attending that meeting?
It was Travis from Design Group, who is our subcontractor. I just got to pull up his last name. Travis Moser.
Okay, and is he the primary contact for on Ralph's ends for the permitting process?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so the information that the city has requested, is this directly within Mr. Moser's possession, or is this information that he has to go acquire from elsewhere?
He needs to acquire it from the flare vendor, which we're together working to get the information from the flare vendor.
Okay. So the comments, you said you received them on a Saturday. That was the 26th. And
Yep.
that what led to the meeting. Did they provide comments in writing or?
They did, yes. It was an
Okay.
update. It was an update of that same PDF document.
The same, so that the same PDF, is that the plan review comments?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so have all of the other, so I'm just trying to get a kind of update of what information currently is outstanding.
Sure. So are we, and that's what we've been struggling with, to be candid. So the updated plan review document. So I got some information on the highlights. We don't know what the highlights are. That came from the building department. They never provided information as to what that means. This latest set doesn't have highlights, but it does have some things bolded and some things struck out. Again, with no information or context as to what that means, which is why we pushed to meet with the building inspector yesterday to try to understand what is left, what do we need to do. And it was out of that conversation, again, conversation not written down, unfortunately, where we learned that they wanted more specific information on the mechanical construction and civil integrity of the flare unit. And that was the only outstanding item left.
Okay, that's the only outstanding item left. So I realize that I'm looking at the outdated one that
Yep.
was on 12/4, and I believe that's now Exhibit O that was marked before the hearing board. But so as I see it, there's a general notes category and then a series of bullet points and then a comments category and a list of 7 things.
Yep.
All of those things have been addressed and any information has been submitted?
Correct, with the exception of structural. That's the information that they're looking for. So no information was provided on the stack. So 6A. And that's it. 6B, we did provide a geotechnical analysis of the soil report.
Okay. And so just to clarify, this is information that you didn't know was necessary for part of the building permit application?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And is it your experience that this is atypical information that is not normally
Yeah.
required?
Yes.
Permit?
Yeah. And I even spoke with our vendor, John Zink, on this to see, you guys have sold many flares in the state of California. Have you seen this before? And they similarly said it was atypical, that they had not seen a building department go into this level of detail.
Okay. And I believe Mr. McDonough was walking you through potential conditions that we would ask you to agree with. And so one of them I just wanted to highlight was that when you would submit a permit application, it would contain all information that was listed on the applicable plan check submittal requirement form that's posted by the city of Compton. And you said that Rouse would be able to comply with that. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where the applicable plan check submittal requirements form for the flare, is that currently posted publicly by the city of Compton? Like which form you guys are working off of?
I'm not sure, but I believe so.
Okay. So do you, as you're sitting here testifying today, do you know that if you've met that requirement for the flare application?
I have passed forward the information to our subcontractor on what is available on the city's website. It's not my area of expertise to dictate what they should be doing, but coming out of the last hearing and testifying and finding out that they missed the wet stamp, I said, hey, what's going on here? And instructed them to make sure that they're following everything that's publicly listed on the City of Compton's website.
Okay, so when you say you've already submitted at least to architectural, but not yet to the building department because it goes in order for the generator, have you added in a step to make sure that they are going to check the appropriate form for plan check submittal requirements for the generator application?
Yep, I've instructed them to do that.
Okay. And so last, I do want to talk about that condition that asked you to respond and provide information. And so first I want to clarify, I believe the language that Mr. McDonough read to you and was submitted said requests for information, comments, or feedback. So my understanding of that is anything that you get from the city, however it's framed, whether it's framed as a comment, whether it's framed as, those bullet points of general notes, would that be included in your understanding of what that condition is discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And the second is I do want to talk about that timing. Right now it's listed as you would respond within 1 business day. Based on your testimony this morning and how long it would require if you need wet signatures or getting information from the flare vendor, is that a realistic timeline?
I would say no. I would say us having a plan within 1 business day, finding out what the timeline is to respond to their requirements in the most expeditious way possible is what we've done up to this point, and what we can continue to do for sure.
Okay. So if we wanted to put a deadline of when you could actually submit that response, what would be a reasonable deadline based on your experience thus far?
I think a business week, accounting for that, sometimes these situations require interfacing with the vendor. And when we move forward, kind of forward thinking to the generator project, now we're dealing with a European vendor. So, we're basically, we've already lost a day just by nature of this project being in California and the vendor being in Germany. So it might be more difficult to meet it within a week. We've struggled to get information out of Caterpillar in a week.
Okay. So looking forward then to the generator permitting process, you went in and you had an in-person meeting with the city regarding the flare permitting process. Is that same in-person meeting planned for the generator process?
Well, when we get to that point, yes. So in the in-person meeting was not a scheduled meeting. We've tried up to this point to schedule meetings to have either an in-person or virtual plan review meeting, and the city has not been receptive of this. So this was kind of more our permitting consultant proactively going to the permit department desk and saying, "Hey, I need to speak to the permitting engineer on this. We're a little uncertain on some of the things." And we will continue to do that as necessary throughout the project. And we've done that on the phone in instances, we've done it over email in instances, and we've done it in person in instances to try to get through this kind of communication disconnect on what they need versus what we're providing.
So when you say you're doing that proactively, is that you're still waiting for some kind of comment or feedback or request for information before, or some?
No, and that's not been the way that we've conducted up to this point. I mean, we made first contact with the building department in August to discuss the flare project, to try to get through exactly these type of hiccups, knowing that it's probably not a standard piece of equipment that they're used to seeing, and we've been doing that on the generator project as well.
Okay. So just on that, if assuming that the parties did ultimately agree to change that possible deadline from 1 business day to be 1 business week, my understanding is that that would put Ralph's and its contractors responsible for meeting that deadline. That deadline is independent of any delays that could be caused by the permitting entity, whether that's the city or anyone else. And it would be solely on Ralph's to be able to meet that deadline. Is that a deadline that you feel confident Ralph's could meet?
For the flare, yes. That particular vendor has been very responsive, excellent to work with, and a US vendor, so it's easy to get information. For the generator, I think it might be more challenging. We've had difficulties, could be just location-based or communication-based due to language differences, but we've struggled to get information from them in a timely fashion. So again, we're doing everything we can to get all the information that we think we need for the building department, and maybe it'll go smoothly. But if we run into this level of information requests, I could see it potentially taking longer than a week generator, just because of the European vendor.
Okay, how long would it take for the European vendor for the generator process?
Again, the request here is to kind of look into a crystal ball, but my best estimate would be a week and a half.
Okay. So, and I understand that we're asking you to respond to hypotheticals, but at this point, this deadline has moved a number of times. And I do understand if this moving deadline is not, within your control, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
There have been delays from COVID, there have been delays from the permitting entity, but I do want to, this new deadline that's being added as a potential condition is to put accountability directly on Ralph's. And so I want to make sure that that is clear, that we are setting a deadline that you understand and agree and that can be met, and that you agree to be held responsible should it not be met.
Yes. I appreciate the kind of clarification there. And up to this point, we've been doing nothing but that, in providing information as quickly and expeditiously as we can. We haven't discussed this much in this hearing, but Divert has been a partner with Ralph's for since 2013. And we work very closely with them, and we're not making a lot of money on this project. We're doing it because of this partnership and continuing to work with Ralph's in the future. So it's in the best interest of our partnership for this project to be successful and for this order of abatement to be resolved. which is the reason why we're executing the project for Ralph's.
Okay. So then my last couple of questions really just goes to those ultimate deadlines. I believe it was perhaps Mr. Eaton that was testifying on December 17th that his level of as to his level of confidence that the ultimate deadlines are going to be met. What is your level of confidence for both the flare and for the generator that the deadlines that are being requested today are actually feasible and reasonable?
To be honest, it's a difficult question to answer because I don't know what the building department is going to say when we provide this next round of detailed information, and hopefully it's enough and that gets us there. But it's hard to give a percentage level of confidence because to a certain extent, a lot of these things are not in my direct control. I can't make the building department issue us a permit. I don't know how the COVID lockdown is going to play out in Germany. I don't know what cascading effect that is going to have on the unit being shipped from Germany to the United States. So with so many unknowns, it's hard to project a level of confidence. What I can say is that the schedules that we continue to provide on a weekly basis are the best schedules that we can put together with the information that we have, and that over time the information gets better and the schedules get more accurate.
Okay. So the last question then is, we're putting an earliest deadline of February 3rd for the flare. The district would likely request an additional status hearing before this board prior to that deadline, because there's quite, as you're testifying, seems to be quite a bit of uncertainty, and it seems quite possible that that deadline will not be met. Do you agree?
Well, just to be clear, it's February 24th that we're now asking for, not February 3rd. Just wanted to clarify.
Sorry. So the remainder of the question though remains the same. It does seem, based on your testimony, Mr. Corbett, that deadline could quite conceivably not be met. And so it seems quite possible that this board might need to hold another status hearing prior to that deadline. Is that your understanding?
I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions for Mr. Corbett.
Board members, questions for Mr. Corbett, either on today's testimony or anything you had left over from the last hearing as well? Mr. Balagopal.
Yes, Mr. Corbett, you mentioned that the commissioning of the flare is done by another vendor.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that and that possible delay on that commissioning?
Sure. So the flare, the manufacturer is being contracted for the commissioning of the flare. And that's pretty typical for a complex piece of equipment, to make sure that you've got controls engineers and process engineers that know that one particular piece of equipment very well. And so you need to schedule in advance, because that's what these people do. They start up John Zink flare units throughout the United States. That's what they do all day, every day. And so every time this date has slipped, I've reached out to them to reschedule to make sure that we're on the books for that commissioning. And I haven't run into a scenario yet that they've been booked, with the exception of during the holiday period. They don't support startups, but that's a possibility. And I can't really book anything until we have better visibility on the building permit.
But it is John Zing or the contractors who are going to do it. The commissioning.
Yep, that's correct. Yes.
That's not it. Thank you for that. There was, just a follow up on the previous discussion, there was a communication issue in your organization. A memo from the city got delayed from the December 4th to the 9th. Has that been addressed, and so that there's timely receival, when memos from the city comes, that it goes to the right person right away or within a day?
Yes, and that delay was from Design Group, who is the permitting subcontractor, to me. And so now I'm at the point that every day I'm either calling or emailing and saying where the permits are at, and probably annoying them. And since then, I had a pretty stern conversation with them about that delay, and then also about the wet stamp issue, to set the precedent that, that this is a hot issue for us and that we want to get this permit done expeditiously.
Thank you. I had a question. I'm not sure if you're the right person, and maybe Mr. Eaton, on that feasibility study that was done and some value in the table. Are you the person to respond to that?
I think Mr. Eaton would be better to speak to that.
Okay.
And
Thank
let's,
you.
we might have questions for Mr. Eaton, all of us. So what we'll do is we'll take Mr. Eaton after.
Okay. Thank you. I had no further question.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Corbett, in your explanation of all of the delays, which I fully understand, having been involved in projects like this, and when you're dealing with the city, every city's different and unique. And when it's something new, it's fear of the unknown with the engineers, especially because it's their neck. If
Yep.
something happens, they're the ones who are liable for not having questioned you further or required further information. So I totally understand that. However, I'm looking at the explanation that you gave, plus I'm looking at the Gantt chart, and on line 127, you have finish electrical. So in this scenario that you gave us of all of the delays, does this include delay from the utility company?
This is on the flare. There's no interaction with the utility company on the flare project.
What about the fire department?
No, they've already gone through their review.
Even though you still have more information or
Correct.
waiting for
So
more
the fire, yeah.
information?
So the in the kind of process flow of getting the building permit, it goes to the architectural review board first.
Yes.
They okay it, so they've okayed it. They see no issues with it. Then it goes to the fire department. They bring up any issues. They okay it. And then it goes to the
Right.
building department. So we've already checked that box.
Okay, my concern though is that if there's anything new, that they may pull it and say, no, we want to take a look at this as well. That's my little concern about that fly in the ointment, if you will. And fire departments, same thing. They have to be absolutely sure that there's not going to be anything that's going to go wrong with the project that they're going to be responsible for. So are you going to have to go back to them at all and ask whether they approve the new information?
Based on our discussion and understanding of the building permit process, no. But I will pass that along to our permitting engineer and make sure that we don't.
Right, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah. And I'll add that nothing in this process has changed anything in the design up to this point, and hopefully it remains that way. But it's really just been providing additional levels of detail of information of the design as it stands.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator, go ahead. You have a question.
I got a couple of just simple questions
Sure.
about the critical path and how you get there in each of these categories. You've already talked about the flare installation. You changed the date to February 24th from February 3rd. The generator, did you make any changes there? You may have discussed that, but I'm just asking.
No, that's maintaining at the 9th, I believe.
9th of June.
Yeah, 9th of June.
You don't have a specific date for the switchgear, do you?
The switchgear line 54, 53 is shop drawing preparation. So we've issued a purchase order. It takes them 4 weeks to pull together basically the engineering design of it on paper for review. So that starts, as you can see, the day after the PO is issued, so December 22nd. We should have that by the 21st of January. Then we review it, and then it goes into fabrication. And they've quoted an 11-week fabrication time.
The likelihood of any estimated date you could give at this time?
That is information from the vendor. So, you know, they informed us 3 to 4 weeks for the approval drawings, for the shop drawings in line 53. So we took the 4-week duration for that to be conservative. We've typically turned reviews around in less than a week, but we're accounting for a possible back and forth. Sometimes, you know, there is information you need to clarify or things that need to change that need to go back to the vendor, and then they send the drawings back for one last kind of checking of the box. So we're conservative in that respect. And then the fabrication window of 11 weeks was from the vendor as well, and they indicated that there is potential they could do better once it gets into the manufacturing queue, but we need to get through this engineering design phase first.
The final date is open-ended. You just don't really know. You can only guess at it based on.
No, I'd say that it's the information that we have right now from the best source, which is the vendor.
Line 152
It's still
is a
open-ended.
delivered switchgear date.
It's open-ended because you don't.
No, it's April 22nd is what we're projecting right now.
An estimated date, and it will happen then. It's the same thing that happened with the flare installation. You went from February 3rd to February 24th. You know, things keep slipping. You got to be realistic when you come before us and say what's likely to happen. Will this affect your critical path at all?
Potentially, if it slipped quite a bit, but again, I'm providing the best information I can with the information that I have, which is project management. It's I can't guess dates. I need to provide dates based on information from the responsible entity, which in this case is switchgear vendor.
Your milestone, the schedule with conditions. If the vendor reaches a certain milestone in a certain period of time.
They have an incentive-based milestone. There's a payment schedule that I'm sure is broken down, that they get incentive payments for the engineering phase being complete. It's very typical to have a performance milestone-based contract for equipment.
Therefore, you do not have a copy of that milestone to achieve the goal. To finish at the switchgear, you don't have a milestone for that.
I do. It's April 22nd on the schedule, line 127. Sorry,
For switchgear,
yes.
which you said
Switchgear delivered line 152, April 22nd.
We just talked about changes you might make, the changes they may make, and you just can't. That's not going to be the final date based on your discussion.
That is the projected date based on all the assumptions which I just provided in my testimony, which is based on conversations with the vendor who's ultimately responsible for hitting those dates and has an incentive structure to do so.
As you stated, projected date. What's been asked of you is to give us some time that you can be convinced that it'll be finalized and commissioned. It's projected date, therefore you have to have another status report, as Ms. Roberts already mentioned. There's so many unknowns as it relates to the switchgear or any of these other projects, unknowns. Anyway, that's just my comment. Still unknown. Critical path cannot be determined.
No, the critical path right now as it stands is the switchgear, and that critical path could change. And that is the nature of complex interdisciplinary projects. And the point of project management is to have a schedule like this that I will fully admit is not perfect. It is not perfect because we are projecting information that we don't know. And that's why all the dates are projected. But this is a project management tool that we use to hit that expected final completion date. And every time there's a slippage, you then look for other areas where you can accelerate the schedule to try to hit that end date. Sometimes you're able to do that, like we were able to do with the generator. As I explained, we just got hit with another 3-week delay from the generator, and we were able to maintain the schedule that we testified to the last time around by making some changes in our construction approach. So sometimes you're able to do that. Sometimes you're not able to do that. And that is project management, and this is a tool. This is not a forecast for when we will 100% definitely hit the date. It's a tool for managing the project as changes happen in the project.
You repeatedly stated that the scheduled date could slip.
That's correct.
Robert's already said that we need to know when that happens. And you can do it by notifying us if she accepted or having another status report at some given time.
And I believe there's going to be, at some point, we're going to see proposed conditions. And those proposed conditions would lay all of that out. Senator, we just haven't seen them yet. So we're sort of in a vacuum here.
Still looking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions.
Sure.
You mentioned today in your testimony, which I appreciated, that you sort of mentioned that at the end of August, you had engaged the city to try to find out what you might need. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because that's the first time I've heard
Sure.
of that before October.
Yep. And if I'm glancing off, it's because I'm referring to an email thread.
And take your time and refer
Yep.
to whatever you need to.
Okay, so on, okay. All right, so August 24th, I had an email back and forth with Design Group asking about the structural design of the flare. So it was at that point that our vendor identified that the first pass design of the flare. So this is, we were just talking about the switchgear drawing review. This was during the flare drawing review. So the vendor issued the drawings for review. This is before we approve anything. Our consulting engineer noticed that their design code reference was for International Building Code and not California Building Code. So they requested that it be updated to California Building Code. And at that point, we started discussing, hey, we should probably start engaging the authority having jurisdiction, so the building department, about the structural design of this unit. And just kind of just need to point this out, but at the end of my email, happy to jump on a call if it makes sense. Both of these are schedule critical, particularly the new flare. Every day that goes by is a slippage of the schedule. So this was known in August that the building department was the critical path, and we were doing everything we could in our control to accelerate the schedule. So at that point, our design consultant reached out to Victor and started a conversation over the phone with him to understand what we would need to do to comply with local California building codes. That was the basis for what we then went back to John Zink with to make sure that it was designed to California building codes. And I'll note, this is before anything was provided about the need for a PE stamped version of that drawing. We didn't get that information until November from the city.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to hear more about how you have been reaching out and laying the foundation for the city. I had one other question for you. I had another question for Mr. Eden. Oh, okay. When you were discussing with Ms. Roberts about the time frame for responding to comments, et cetera, from the city, you mentioned 1 business week or 1.5 business week. What is a business week? Does that mean 5 business days?
Correct. Yeah, business day. Yeah. So that would be 5 business days is a business week.
Okay. And so 1.5 business weeks would be 8 days?
I guess
7
8 days. I mean, maybe we should make it 2 weeks to round it up to make it easier, but yeah, it would be 8 business days. Okay.
Just wanted to understand what that meant. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Those are my questions. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Corbett? Yes, Mr.
I
Bond.
did have a follow-up, Mr. Corbett.
Sure.
The existing Corbett, I'm sorry. The existing flare, was DeWood involved in the permitting of that, of the existing flare?
I
And
would
the
have
project management too?
I would have to find that out. That was provided, I do know that it was provided by the digester design company that designed kind of the balance of plant for the system. But I don't know who did the permitting of that. I can find out though.
No, it's okay, because I was wondering if there were lessons learned, the permitting, because you went through Ralph went through the same permitting process with the city.
Yep.
And why that wasn't carried forward, or if things changed. I was just curious.
Yeah,
But if it's not you were not involved in that, is that?
No, it predates my, yeah, that was in probably 2012 to 2013. I've been with Divert for 5.5 years. So it was kind of predates me.
Okay. And you said you teach a project management class?
Correct. Yes, at Tufts University.
Are you using this as a case example of where things can go wrong?
I bring it up in generalities. Yes, I most certainly do. I try to keep the names of those to protect the innocent. But no, this has been it's been a great case study on project management tools, managing schedules, stakeholders, scope, budget, all of it.
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator, another question.
I know we've spoken from time to time about the Gantt chart. The public is viewing this hearing, and we have not shown them what the Gantt chart is. I might add and let them know that it's so small. I had to have a magnifying glass last time, I can't find it now, to review some of these items listed, and they would not be able to see this at all. But otherwise they would have an opportunity, or should have an opportunity, to see.
Let me address that, and thank you for reminding. I'm going to try to find the instructions that I have, but I'm just going to say them out loud, and I'll try to find it and put it up on a break. But to view the documents from the cases today, they are on the AQMD website, aqmd.gov, aqmd.gov. And then when you get on there, you look at the About tab at the top. You find the hearing board's page, and on that hearing board front page, you will find a link for all the case documents for today's hearings. And in terms of how small it is, if you are viewing it on a computer, you can adjust your view and make it much bigger, which is what most of us need to do to see it. But let me try to find that during the hearing. But thank you for that reminder that the public can view all of these documents. Okay, board members, any other questions for Mr. Corbett before, actually we take a break in the morning and we turn to Mr. Eaton. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Corbett,
Thank you
for all your testimony. And we'll take a 15-minute break and come back at 10:30. And so that means, well, when we come back, I'll update the parties for the next case that we will be a bit longer. In the meantime, hopefully we're getting closer to being able to see proposed conditions, and we will take up with Mr. Eaton when we come back. So we are on break, and please don't leave the meeting. Instead, definitely mute your microphone, and you could turn off your cameras as well. We're back on at 10:30 sharp. We're on break.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, it is 10:30 and we are reassembling. We'll wait till we have everyone present. We're just waiting for Dr. Bernstein and Senator Holden. Wonderful. And we're just waiting for Senator Holden to turn back on your video so we know you're here. And while we're waiting for Senator Holden, I want to get a better update for the parties to the next hearing. Mr. McDonough, other than Mr. Eaton, are you planning to introduce any other witnesses today?
No, I'm not. And Mr. Eaton only really to address whatever questions the district and the board have.
Okay, and then Ms. Roberts, do you yet know whether you're planning on directly introducing any witnesses, including Mr. Nguyen?
At this time, the district thinks that it won't be necessary to have any affirmative testimony.
Okay. All right, so then the new hopeful estimate would be you can go away until 11 o'clock. So if you want to check back in with the hearing board at 11 o'clock, we may not be finished, but that's going to get us closer to the time we hopefully will finish. And we're still waiting for Senator Holden. Senator, if you can hear us, we don't see you yet. We wanted to come back on the record and resume. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, we are all back, so we are back on the record.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I got one final question for Mr. Corbett.
sure. Go ahead.
Sure.
Are you the general manager?
What's that?
Are you the general manager of this project?
I'm the project manager.
Well, who's the general manager in your company? You report to whom?
I report to our VP of Engineering and Operations.
There was a gentleman on last week, at the last hearing. He was testifying remotely. What was his position? What position did he hold?
That was me.
Let's be clear about who we have. So Mr. Eaton is here and he will be testifying next, and he directly works with Ralph's.
All right.
Right, Mr. Corbett works for a contractor who's doing the project management.
Okay.
So he's not actually an employee of Ralph's.
He's the guy. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll call Mr. Eaton, and I don't know, Mr. McDonough, if there was anything else you wished to ask Mr. Eaton, or if you wanted to hand it over for questions.
No, I think it's just up to your questions.
Okay, and Ms. Roberts, did you have any questions for Mr. Eaton?
If I could, just a couple of brief questions. Mr. Eaton, I think it was you who testified on the 17th, and you were providing us kind of confidence estimates for the final deadlines.
Yes, that's right.
Could you provide us an update of what are those confidence estimates for both the flare and the generator as they stand today?
I can't recall exactly the numbers I threw out there, and obviously these are extreme estimates as is. I believe I said the flare was around 75%, just based on how far we were along with the project as a whole. I reserved that 25% for any potential delays with the city and unforeseen issues, and here's another example of that, clearly. So I don't think I can go any higher than 75% once again on the flare. It's still waiting on the building department for that. As far as the generator's concerned, there's still a lot of balls in the air on how this is all going to shake out in the end, with any delays that could arise from COVID to who knows what else. Germany is where it's at. So I can't put a percentage, but say 50%. There's hard to answer timelines associated with that, a lot of estimates. I believe that we have the right buffer time in there for any little bits of delays here and there. So confidence is growing that we'll be able to maintain that time frame. This is a well laid out project management tool and schedule as the way it sits. So it's a good piece of working document.
Okay, and were you listening this morning when both Mr. McDonough and I were discussing with Mr. Corbett the potential new conditions regarding timing of submittal of any requests to the city?
Yes.
Okay, and I mentioned to Mr. Corbett that my understanding of that condition requiring submittal in response to what is listed as feedback, request for information, or comments would include any item, however it is labeled from the city. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Corbett testified that he thought it was reasonable to set a deadline of responding and providing any information within 5 business days regarding the flare. Do you agree that that's a reasonable time frame?
Yes, I do.
He testified that he would put at 8 business days any requests for information regarding the generator. Do you think that is reasonable?
It's reasonable, yes.
And I mentioned that the district believes that this condition and these requirements are about putting direct accountability to the facility, that irrespective of any other delays that are outside the facility's control, these deadlines would be directly responsible by the facility. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. I believe that's all my questions for Mr. Eaton at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's begin, Mr. Balagopalan. You had a question, I think, that Mr. Eaton needed to answer. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. And this is going to Exhibit N on the flare feasibility study that was submitted by the consultant. I was looking at the table 1. Sorry.
Okay.
Table 1, I don't know if you have that.
Yes, pulling it up. Table 1. Yes, go ahead.
And I was looking at the dates in the month when the VOC, high VOC, I take it that's when the temperature is below 1400 degrees. That's why you're having high VOC.
It could be related to high VOC or just high gas production as well. You get increased emissions from just running the flare at a higher capacity.
No, the percentage in May was about the fraction of the time was about 24%, and then subsequently it's gone down. And in October was about 9%.
I see that.
Oh, you see that? Yeah. Do you happen to know what November is?
As far as percentage, no, but I do think it was reflective of October. It was a pretty good month, I will say overall. Mr. Corbett is more directly tied into give an assumption of operations of the flare from past, but it was, in my understanding, a pretty good month.
I do want to point out there was, I think, an error on the total. If you look at the column for the total and the fraction, it looks like the percentage should be about 10, the total about 10.6, not 0.089. Looks like it was copied from October.
Oh, I see that. They did not get that table in the end right.
Yeah, I did not get that updated. So I calculated it's roughly 10.106. 10 overall was about 10% of the time it was out of, basically I'm assuming it's out of compliance. It didn't meet the 1400 degrees.
Right, that's a definite spreadsheet error on this. We did put them under a relatively quick time frame to turn this around, but yes, 10%. I'll take your word on the math on that.
Okay, no, that's all I had. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Eaton from board members? Anyone wish to have questions? Mr. Eaton, I think you testified at the last hearing, and I did go back and I did rewatch the hearing, but I might have missed this. Did you testify as to an amount of money that is lost every month that this is delayed? And can you remind us what that is?
On a monthly basis, this is estimates from our contractors and what we're expecting. an estimated loss of around $100,000 of potential energy production gains.
I'm sorry, that last part, you fell out, but is $100,000 loss in energy production?
That's right, in electrical production.
Okay.
It would be offsets. We wouldn't actually be gaining any net revenue out of that, but it does offset our electrical production on the site. So it's a big sum of money every month that goes by without running the system.
And just in other words, does that mean you are now spending every month $100,000 in electric costs that you will?
That is
not
correct. Yeah, that is direct impact.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was the only question I have left in your testimony. Any other questions at all for Mr. Eaton? Any questions before we turn it over to Ms. Roberts? Any other questions for either Mr. Corbett or Mr. Eaton? Yes, Senator.
I think the $100,000 loss, is it Ralph's or who's paying
It's
that?
directly to Ralph's bottom line. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Roberts, I'm gonna turn it to you. I know you said you don't have any affirmative witnesses, at least for a rebuttal. Any witnesses you plan to call?
No witnesses at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Would you be able to have, I know in the past, I think it was Mr. Nguyen, who has testified as to VOC emissions. And I know we had through October. Would he or someone else be able to testify as to the November VOC emissions as a result of non-compliance with the flare?
Yes, I believe Mr. Balliat receives
Oh, I'm
those
sorry.
Monthly data. Mr. Balliat, could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Christer Baluyot, CHRISTER, BALUYOT.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes.
And could you just remind us, what is your position with the district?
Air quality inspector.
And do you receive the monthly flare data from this facility?
Yes.
And do you have available the monthly data received for the month of November?
Yes.
You also have December or is that not yet? That should be received in January. Is that right?
That's correct. I do have data for November.
Okay. And can you tell us the total number of days that were in non-compliance for the month of November?
Yes. 1 sec. For the month of November, there were a total of 6 days of non-compliance.
Okay. Just to remind the board, that's anytime the flare temperature falls below the permitted value of 1400 degrees. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, before I ask my question, then Mr. McDonough, any questions?
No, none for me.
Okay. Mr. Balliot, do you know what that is in terms of VOC, excess VOC emissions?
According to their data, they had 41.4 pounds of VOC emissions.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, any questions on that testimony or anything else that Mr. Balliot would be able to answer? Okay, thank you, Mr. Balliot. Okay, so no other witnesses then for Ms. Roberts?
None from the district, thank you.
Okay, so then at this point, what we need to do is to see the proposed conditions. Is there a way we can get that?
At this time, the red lines have been sent from the district to the Respondents Council. I believe we are in agreement, but I will defer to Mr. McDonough.
Yes, I think that's right. I forwarded it to the client who's looking it over now. I have a few very minor revisions and they're going through it now. So we probably don't need much more time with it. I'm thinking maybe in the next 15 to 20 minutes, unless Mr. Eaton contradicts me.
That will be plenty of time.
Okay,
So 15 to 20 minutes, maybe.
all right, so then let's take a 15-minute break and let's hope that we can come back. And in the meantime, whenever we have a final version that's agreed upon and stipulated to by the parties, and when I say a final, I mean just the conditions, just the order, because all of the proposed findings will be taken care of by the board as they were last time, should we approve the modifications. So to be sent to the clerk for distribution to the board. So as soon as we have a stipulated, someone could send them. In the meantime, let's check back in. Let's check back in at 11 and see where we are at that point. Okay, we're off the record till 11, and hopefully for the other matter, if you're still on, we will finish this up quickly thereafter. Okay, we are off the record until 11.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It is 11, but if there's anyone present who might be able to give us an estimate, I see that we have not yet received people.
Madam Chair, the district has not yet received any revisions from the respondent and would respectfully request at least an opportunity to review those
Yes.
prior to submission.
He's preparing the email as we speak.
To Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so what is our anticipated amount of time? And I specifically asked because I wonder, will it be relatively soon? Should we stick with this matter or should we move to the second matter? I don't know if,
I
Madam
can speak
Chair,
for
assuming
Mrs.
the-
Roberts, but, oh, sorry, there she is.
Assuming the revisions are minor, they should be within the next 5 or 10 minutes to allow me to review them. But I can't guarantee that, not knowing what those revisions are.
okay, so let's give you an additional 5 to 10 minutes at least to review them, and then we'll have a better idea after that.
They are minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so board members, that means let's give it another 10 minutes so that hopefully those minor changes will be stipulated to, and we'll have final changes on which to deliberate. So let's give it till 11:15, so feel free.
Julie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was just gonna let you know, I'm gonna be sending you probably about 5 minute orders today from cases earlier in December. I already sent you, I think, 3. So I'm gonna be sending you about 5 today.
Oh, you sent me 3 today?
No, I sent you 3 on the 23rd.
Oh, okay.
And then
5.
I have about 5 to send you today. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay.
One of them is the one for Jasmine Cleaners from last week. And I want you, if you could review that one, because I need to call the petitioner back. He had some questions and needed some information, but I wanted to make sure what I give him is correct based on the minute order.
Okay. So I'll review that one first and get back to you. And also we're going to need to do, I don't know if that's one of the orders, but we also need to put together pre-hearing conference order. And I could put together the schedules that I set forth in that pre-hearing conference and send that to you, and we could put it together. So that'll be another one.
Okay.
Today and tomorrow.
And then sometime this week, we have to work on those, the more difficult ones, like the wording for Ultramar, which happened earlier in December. I have everything except for that last part of the contingency motion.
Okay.
And then also, I think there was one other case that was similar where there's, some questions, or we had to get together to get the wording right.
Right. That one's easy because that will, once we get together, because that one will just be reflected in the minute order that there was a contingency. And then,
Right. And I have
done somewhere crazy.
Yeah. I have all the rest of the minute order done except for that portion, and that's just all I need to add to it. And then, because it was on consent calendar, everything else should come real, close. It's just, I'm not sure how to work that.
Yeah, sure. That'll be easy.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I apologize. My other computer has conked out on me, so I've now had to go to the woods up in the Northern Lights where my other computer resides. And
Great.
so now you
Great
see me.
view. Great view. Did Ms. Roberts get the
Yeah,
changes?
I know we're still off the record, but yeah, we got her changes back. We made a few last minute revisions that I think Mr. Eaton, Mr. Corbett will need to take one last look at it before we're good, but I think they're minor changes and I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. So I think she's just working on the final red line that she's trying to get back in your hands.
Okay, so that final red line is going to go to us too?
I think so. But yeah, I just got off the phone with her like 2 seconds ago.
Okay. All right, so we're not going to go back on the record yet. Unfortunately, it may push our second case past lunch, so we'll see where we are when we finish this case. But there is a potential that we wouldn't start the second matter until after lunch. Just stay tuned for that. But board members, we're still waiting. We're not on the record yet. We're just, so we'll keep checking our inbox to see when we've received the new proposed, the proposed amendments, modifications.
Sorry, Madam Chair, those were sent to the clerk now. So they should be arriving shortly.
Okay, I see that clerk left, and it might be to try and disseminate those. But once we see her, if we haven't seen them come in, we'll let her know.
Okay, we forwarded to the board members, so hopefully everyone should have it by now.
Let's take a look. It came as a response to that earlier document, that Exhibit T, is that correct? Yes.
It was, I just forwarded the email. I didn't really read it.
It's
And
okay. No, I'm seeing. So board members, it's coming as a reply to the earlier, to the earlier email we got with Exhibit T. So it'll say Exhibit T. And board members, the relevant portion will be the order.
That's the one for 14 pages, correct?
Correct.
And the relevant portion begins on page 11.
Right.
I'm just printing it. Does everybody have it, board members?
Yes.
Okay. And we can go back on the record. I'm just going to pick mine up off the printer in a moment. But let's mark it and then have the opportunity to review it. Or does somebody want to walk us through it? We could either take our time off the record, or if someone wanted to walk us through it.
Madam Chair, if you'd like, I can walk through the proposed additions since the respondent's initial modification request.
Okay, and are we marking this as a respondent exhibit or as a district?
It was submitted by the district at this point.
What are we up to for the district number, Madam Clerk?
Sorry about that. We're at number 15 for the district.
Thank you. So we will mark this proposed modification, the red line version, as 15. I'm gonna grab it.
And this is stipulated on both.
Yes, it is stipulated to by the district. I believe Mr. McDonough said he wanted to have his client look at one of the minor language changes in condition 7A, but this was agreed to by the attorneys.
Right, yeah, and our clients, I think, are looking, or my client is looking at it right now, and will hopefully be able to give us a response here when we go back on the record.
Okay, well, let's go back on the record and we'll have, we'll just start with having Ms. Roberts walk us through it so we can expedite it. And then if there's any issues, you can raise that after that. So we're back on the record, and Ms. Roberts, if you don't mind. And again, well, I don't know that this is up yet on the website, but if anyone's following along, this is modification to the existing order. Ms. Roberts, you may.
Thank you. So the changes are specifically in red lines, starting on the conditions on the order, which begins on page 11, and the first modification is on page 12, starting with condition number 4, which is on line 9, and that is going to change the date to for the installation and commissioning of the flare to February 24th. That is based on Mr. Corbett's testimony this morning. As to the latest update that we've received on the permitting status. On that same page, we've added a new proposed condition number 7, which adds what in the district has asked for as a mechanism for accountability to ensure, particularly with permitting delays, that the delays are not caused by any delay in response or provision of materials from the respondent or their respective contractors. This is in response to testimony that you've heard today, and it will require both that they are submitting as soon as feasible and not later than 2 business days the supporting documentation for the building permit relating to the generator. And that's in condition 7A. We will also have a condition that requires that application for the generator includes everything that's required as to the applicable plan check submittal requirements form. These are forms that, as Mr. Corbett alluded to in his testimony, they are posted publicly by the City of Compton's Building and Safety Department Division. And they lay out requirements of what the city looks for a complete application before they will issue a permit. And this will ensure that all of that information is included with the permit application for the generator. As you've heard in testimony, some of that may have been missed initially for the flare, and we would like to avoid delays from that going forward. Condition 7C does require and puts in writing that where possible, they will seek expedited processing to the extent possible, including payment of any fees associated with that expedited processing. And condition 7D does deal with addressing comments received from the city. And as that was alluded to in testimony, that could come in the form of a comment, a request for information, feedback, general notes, any way the city relays information to the respondent regarding information needed for permitting. Those will be responded to within 5 business days for the flare permit and 8 business days for the generator permit. And that's based on Mr. Corbett and Mr. Eaton's testimony. And lastly, we are including another subcondition 7E that will require reporting, including as a specific element of reporting to their to the district weekly, that it will include an update on permitting status and whether or not any comments have been received and responded to. And that will add additional transparency measures in the district's opinion. And last, on the following page, page 13, condition number 8, the parties do agree that this board should set another status hearing. The parties have proposed January 28th, which will be the last Thursday of the month. However, the parties are willing to stipulate to whenever the board is willing to set a hearing for this matter coming up. And I believe that is all of the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I see if Mr. McDonough has any issues, let me just first turn to Madam Clerk and see if the 28th of January is a doable date.
Let me get the book and I can check.
Okay. And actually, while Madam Clerk is getting the book, Mr. McDonough, is there any issues? Has your staff had an opportunity to review those last minute changes?
I think so. We've looked at everything, but there were some late changes to 7A. So I will allow myself to be contradicted by either Mr. Eaton or Mr. Corbett if they disagree with any of the changes on 7A.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Mr. Corbett too.
No, my only comment would be that the next step is the fire department, not the building department.
And where is that reflected? Sorry.
So
Not
7A,
currently.
7A, respondent shall submit all supporting documentation relating to the City of Compton building permit for the generator as early as feasible, not 2 business days after approval by the architectural board. But there's a step in between those two, which is the fire department review. So I think it should be respondent shall submit all supporting documentation related to the City of Compton fire department review for the generator as early as possible and not later than 2 business days.
But Mike, is it still the fire department's review of the building permit?
Yeah, I guess it's nomenclature.
I mean, so it's still documentation related to the building permit, but it would be submitted to the fire department first.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So I guess with that caveat, I don't know, I'm not sure if we really need any change, but I'll leave it to the district.
I thought the sequence was the architectural board, the fire department, then the building permit.
That's right. That's right.
So that's the sequence. So
That's the sequence. Yeah.
Mr. Corbett, can I ask what that condition is really getting at is the additional information that we're describing as supporting documentation. Is that submitted only to the building department, or does that go to the fire department and the building department, or just the fire?
It goes to the fire department and the building department, but the building department won't look at it until they get the fire department approval.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we really need any change to the language because it's relating to the documentation, not who reviews it. It's, you know, submit all supporting documentation related to the City of Compton building permit. You know, that will be submitted to the fire department and the building department. The fire department will look at it first.
Yep.
But I'm not sure that the condition really needs to go there. It's just submitting the supporting documentation needed.
Yep. That makes sense to me, thinking through it that way.
Madam Chair, though, however, as Mr. Corbett has stated, if the fire department sees one little comma off, different than what they have seen before, they have the authority and may stop it at that point to look at everything. And I've seen them do that before, and that's what I'm real concerned about them doing.
And Ms. Verdugo Peralta, if I could briefly respond, the district shares that concern, and I believe as worded currently, condition 7D would still apply whether it's to the fire department or the building department, and it does require a response. With respect to the flare, that would be within 5 business days. With respect to the generator, 8 business days.
Okay, so with those understandings, does either side wish to amend any part of 7?
The district.
Yeah, I don't think we need to amend anything, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, you were saying no?
No, the district will stipulate it to it.
Okay. All right, thank you. And first, I'm going to hear from Madam Clerk as to the 28th of January. What do we have on that day?
Currently, we have a regular variance for a dry cleaner that requires an interpreter. That's the only matter on that day.
The only matter? Okay, then we can do this on that day as well. We've been able to hear 2 matters in a day when we've had an interpreter. So I think we can do that. Wonderful. Okay, board members, then, is there any question? Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for walking us through that. That saved us some time. And any questions on what is proposed and stipulated to by the parties before we move to closing? Or anything else that we need to receive evidence on? Okay. All right, thank you. Then with that, who would like to begin? Mr. McDonough, would you like to begin since the request was from Ralph's for the modification? Any closing?
Sure. I mean, just very briefly, other than to say, I appreciate the district working diligently with us to come up with a set of conditions that will give them some comfort. You know, like we've said from the beginning, construction schedules are frustrating. I think that's what the testimony has shown in spades here. You know, just as frustrating, if not more, to Ralph's than it is to the board and to the district. And I think you've heard they are losing real money every day from these delays. So needless to say, they don't want them happening any more than you do. And they've been working very hard to make sure that these delays don't happen. So I'm gratified to know that in this condition, we can show the diligence that Rouse continues to exercise here. And, let's just not forget the fact that, at the end of the day, this will produce a working flare and a working generator that will allow this digester to keep operating. And from an environmental standpoint, that is a win for everybody. It's a win for the air, and it's a win for climate change as well. So I'm very pleased, and Rouse is very pleased to know that this project will still be able to go forward stipulated. And God willing, and the weather and COVID and our contractors willing, we will see this flare get up and running sometime in February. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, your closing.
Thank you. I will say that the district does agree with several of the comments made by the Respondents' Council. The district does agree that ultimately this is a project that is environmentally beneficial once it is up and running. That is why the district has gone to significant lengths to try and keep this as a stipulated project that is going forward. But the district has had, quite frankly, a number of concerns with delays. This is a project that has come before this board 3 times this year for modification, all of which are to delay the ultimate deadline of when this is going forward. That said, the district does understand that delays are a reality with any project, and that is particularly true in a year like this year that has been so affected by a pandemic. The district is willing to stipulate at this time to these further modifications solely because of new conditions being added that the district believes will add accountability. The district's intent with this new condition is to separate out a deadline that is beyond the respondent's control to deadlines that are entirely within the respondent's control. Deadlines that the respondent can be held accountable for and which the district will hold them accountable for should this board issue that order. While we understand that any permitting entity takes the time it does and we cannot control that entity, what is within the control of the facility and this board to order is the response and making sure that all information is timely provided. We continue to have conditions relating to transparency to ensure that the district is kept apprised. We continue to have regular status hearings to ensure that the board is kept apprised. And we think with those conditions, there is in fact good cause to find the modification requested today that will ensure that this project is going forward, that we do ultimately realize those environmental benefits that was actually designed as part of this project. But we ensure that any delays are delays that are not foreseeable and not controllable by any of the parties here. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't ask for public comment before the closing, so let me do that now. If there's any member of the public who is present, either on Zoom or the teleconference line, you can either raise your hand if you're on Zoom by using the virtual raise hand function or attempting to unmute your microphone, or otherwise indicate that you wish to be heard. And if you are on teleconference, I don't know if anyone is, it's *9, *9 to raise your hand virtually. And I'll give you just a few moments because I don't believe there's anyone I don't recognize who I see on the Zoom. We'll give anyone an opportunity to be heard. Okay. Okay, I see no one wishing to be heard on this matter. Board members, start deliberation. Mr. Balagopalan, you'd like to begin?
Yes, I believe we can find good cause for this stipulated modification to the order and to grant Ralph's Grocery additional time to come into compliance. The flare, I think initially, when it first submitted was February 3rd. Now it's pushed to 24th, but we've heard testimony that for the reasons why it's been pushed back due to delays getting the permits from the city. And also looking at the data, I think when they initially started, they were based on table 1 of the attachment that we got last time, that they were about 23% in May that they're out of compliance with the low temperature, and then they're down to about 9% now, and it looks like it's even further in November. And they also, the data shows they've increased their gas production. That's possibly why the number of minutes they're out of compliance have reduced. While the emissions are still high on the days they're out of compliance, so approximately in November was 41.4 pounds, but they've made progress in reducing the number of days out of compliance by doing some mitigations. And I think they've increased their feed and increased their gas production. So I think the installation of the small flare will address the issue that of the 1400 degrees. And so hopefully it'll be installed by February 24th and commissioned. And we once they have that up and running, they actually will be in compliance with the permit condition of the 1400 degrees. But I think the order does require them also put the generator in a timely manner. So I think that's also it's good that it's still maintained in the order, and they don't expect at this time any delays on that generator. So I believe we can find good cause to grant this modification.
Thank you. Mr. Diego Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also can find good cause. I commend the parties for their due diligence. This is not an easy project. While it's environmentally beneficial to all parties, it's also a technology that is not common or known, especially to building and safety. The cities, some of them are much more difficult to work with than others are. Some of them are on top of things and get things done and are aware of this, and some others are not. And I think they have taken the Building and Safety Department by the hand and almost walked them through this process so that they can get it approved. Also, the fire department is a huge delay, sometimes, especially when it's a technology that they feel could be a possible danger to the public, which I don't believe that this is. All the unforeseen delays by these entities, I think, are realistic. Having been involved with major projects like this, both within the utility and outside of the utility. Also, I want us to remember that the Gantt chart, it's a tool for the best estimate of time. It's not necessarily dyed in wool concrete forecast. It's a tool. And this is one of the best Gantt charts, I have to say, that I've ever seen, with so much detail in it. And I appreciate that from Ralph's Grocery and their subcontractors especially. So for all of those reasons, I do feel that we can find good cause.
Thank you. I also think we can find good cause. A lot of things were done for this hearing that were not done for other hearings. I would start with the fact that Mr. Corbett was brought in on this hearing. And that's not, we've had Mr. Eaton many times, and it's not any slight to Mr. Eaton's ability to do his own job. However, clearly, as was borne out in testimony, Mr. Eaton is not as hands-on by far as Mr. Corbett with the schedule and knowing who's in communication. So having all of that and having a better understanding of that was definitely helpful. I also echo what Ms. Roberts has been grappling with, which is clearly there has, between these different hearings, we've been slowly learning about some little lack of transparency, but more communication issues, which I think Ms. Roberts and district staff have been diligently chipping away at in each successive modification to try to make sure that there is that communication. And we heard some, not only with the district, but we heard today some, and on the 17th, but in this go round, some internal communication issues, which we heard Mr. Corbett say he has jumped on top of and certainly has gotten a hold of. So the new language, I think, is very well thought out, and I really commend Ms. Roberts and staff on doing that to really separate what Ralph's can control and what they cannot control. And so I think that's going to help us move forward and at least know well in advance if we have to push that back and whose fault it was. And I guess that's it, other than, I do continue to have some issues as to when the permits were applied for, whether that was really realistic with the city, but that's already happened. And I think we have to move forward. And I think everything we've heard in this round in terms of what is pushing it further out, I think is reasonable. And hopefully these are the final dates. But I do share the senator's frustration, which I'm sure we'll hear about now, in terms of this keeps getting pushed, but I think it's frustrating on all ends. Senator, did you want to add anything, or did anybody else wish to add anything?
I concur. However, I'd like to suggest to the respondents that as they have outlined in Exhibit Q, when you come back on the 28th, update that to the new dates.
Do we have a queue, or is do we have a queue?
Respondent Exhibit Q. You have it summarized.
Oh, queue, sorry.
You have the achieved projects, milestones.
You're right.
Install milestones date. Maybe you can give us an update. Summarized.
Sorry about that confusion for a moment. To learn the alphabet. Any other thoughts before? I think this is has been mine, so I think I'll make the motion, right? It's been mine. All right, so if there's no other, sorry? Okay. If there's no other thoughts, I'll make a motion. In the matter of, sorry, let me find the front page. South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Ralph Grocery Company, case number 6166-1. I move that we find good cause to grant the proposed modifications that are stipulated to the standing stipulated order for abatement as are found in the order portion of Exhibit 15, which will include in particular the dates for completing installation and commissioning of the flare to February 24th, 2021. In addition, the installation and commissioning of the generator to June 9th, 2021. The addition of condition 7, which Ms. Roberts has taken us through. And the next status hearing, which will be set for January 28th, 2021. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Balagopalan seconds. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Well, I was just going to say, on the understanding that it goes through the 3 departments, the architectural board, the fire department, and the building department, even though it's not implicitly stated, but that's the general understanding.
Correct. And the understandings that Ms. Roberts made sure in her questioning to clarify. Everything that was clarified during this hearing will be the assumptions on which we will apply the conditions of the new order. Thank you for that clarification. Anything else? Any other discussion before I call for a vote? Okay. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Senator Holden, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, good luck on keeping this these new dates. And thank you for all the testimony, and thank you for the work of the parties to get this done. And Ms. Roberts, for your real diligence in looking on how to keep this moving forward. And to keep the stipulation for this very important project.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
When they come back on the 28th, I'll be looking for a complete description of the discussion today as relates to delivery dates on these items. And also, as I said, the estimated installation dates.
Okay, and we'll be looking out for that. Also, we do get those updates. So we'll be looking for those as well. Thank you very much. So for the next, we're going to take our lunch break now because that makes a lot of sense. So we'll take, what do we think? We'll take to 12:45. Does that make sense, board members? And Madam Clerk, I say that sounds good to you. And we will come back on the record with at 12:45 with our second matter for today, which is, I don't have it.
There are Vista cleaners.
Yes, with that matter. Okay, we are off the record. Please don't leave well, unless you're done, unless you're with the first matter, please don't leave the Zoom meeting, but definitely make sure you mute your microphone and turn off your camera. Okay, we're off the record until 12:45.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
You too. Thank you, Mr. McDonough. Okay, it's about 12:45, so we'll start.
Thanks for doing that, Julie. That'll work out perfect
Great.
if we have to go that long.
If I forget, you heard I have a lot of things, other things on the agenda, but if I forget, please make sure you remind me tomorrow. I'll try to make a note on my computer.
I can't hear you at all.
Oh, can anyone else hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Do you hear anybody, Cynthia?
I'm wondering, this is normally the time my
We can hear Cynthia.
Yeah, we can.
computer goes out.
Give her a note.
Maybe just refresh your screen.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
See, I cannot hear El Teresa and I cannot hear Julie.
Okay.
You need to get out and get back in.
Oh,
You said, okay, put it up longer. Is that okay?
I think I'm going to try leaving and coming back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, do we have the party for it? I see Miss Manwaring, but I'm not sure if we have Sierra Vista cleaners today.
Okay, you can see me, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I still can't hear you guys.
Hi.
Maybe Paul can do something.
Let's see.
Paul's here.
Hmm. What did he say do? What did he say do?
There's
I
Paul.
can't hear anybody, Paul, and I did leave and come back in.
Okay. I can hear you. Can you hear Board Member Verdugo Peralta, Madam Chair?
No, she can't hear.
No, can you hear her?
Yes, we can hear her. Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear her. She just can't hear us, Paul.
All right.
I think we need to log off
I'm
completely.
going to leave
Yeah,
again and
that's
then
what I
come
would
back
say for
in.
Mohan, do a complete shutdown and then come back. Was your PC on overnight?
She can't hear.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
coming out.
Sorry.
Let me know, Paul. I could write like short notes and hang
Yeah.
them up.
She's not on Jabber. I know.
Still having problems.
No.
But I'm not seeing the petitioner for
I think she just
Sierra Vista.
you bowed out again. There we go.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I did
Very
what you
good.
told me.
My last parting words, and I forgot you couldn't hear us, was your PC on overnight?
I always leave it on.
Okay, that a lot of times is it
Yeah.
just needs a refreshing and a complete,
Yeah, I don't leave Zoom on. I just leave my computer on.
no, yeah,
I
it's
used,
just
I used to do that. I have to always turn it down, off.
But what helped me right now is I remember what you said the other day about just playing around with the volume. And as soon as I hit the volume button, it came back on.
yeah. I'm sure you use yours a lot on the weekend and things because you're technology, fancy and I would say for you and the board to do a hard restart before Tuesdays just to be safe.
Okay.
I do.
You
I
know,
do.
I
And
think I did do one.
I had a power spike and I had to come in and reset the UPSs in the control room this morning. That's just how volatile things are.
Well,
So,
I think I did do one because I had an update. So I had to
Yeah.
shut all the
Oh,
way
yeah,
down and then
most
come all the way back up.
absolutely.
Before I call the next matter, I want to make sure, board members, that you all saw that we received the staff report for 1421, of which the district has no objection for us to take official notice of. Obviously, they were.
How many pages was that? Because I don't think mine printed out all the way.
Many pages, many.
Like 30 or something?
137 pages.
Yeah, I just printed relevant pages I wanted to refer to.
Yeah, I haven't printed it here, and I'm at the office yet. But
I'm running out of
yeah,
paper.
it's 137 pages.
Okay.
Yeah, I printed the front so that we can mark it. And then the relevant pages that I might think I want to refer to. And then I leave it up on my computer, and that way you can refer to it if someone else refers to it.
Yeah, I do that with the Gantt charts.
All right, so I would like to call the last matter, because what I'd like to do is get to the bottom of whether we actually have a petitioner or not. So I'm going to call the second matter for today. We're back on the record. And the second matter we have is the Sierra Vista Cleaners, Young Q Park. Wait, is that the right one? That is the right one. Okay, because that sounds a lot like our last petitioner. Case number 6182-1. And I'm going to see first, Ms. Monwaring, we don't have, right? There's no, first I'm going to call, is there anyone here representing the petitioner for the second matter? And I know we took a long time this morning and I kept giving different estimates, but Ms. Manwaring, do you know if we ever had the petitioner represented?
I did not attempt to contact the petitioner before today. During our breaks, I called the number on the petition twice and left a message, and I have not heard anything myself.
Okay. And of course, on the day, Madam Clerk, when it was filed, they're told what the date is. Is that correct? Or once you find the date, you personally, the clerk's office personally.
Right. We negotiate the date with them originally to make sure that they can make that date. Then when we send them the notice, gives them all of the information about how to get on Zoom and what day and time, giving both the day, the date, and the time in the notice. But we, after that, unless they call us to ask questions.
I'm gonna, thank you. I'm gonna just share my screen. You can see this is our Rule 8 in our hearing board rules. This is with regard to attendance at a hearing, and going to 8B1, if the petitioning party, which in this case would be the petitioner dry cleaner, fails to attend the hearing board shall dismiss the case without prejudice. And what that means is that we would dismiss their request, but they could bring it again if they wish to. That's what without prejudice. So we won't have ruled on the substance of the matter. So I think what we'll do, now that I've called the hearing, board members, and I don't believe they have come into the hearing at all today, because I haven't seen anyone who we didn't recognize. Oh, and you've been keeping track of that, Madam Clerk. I see you saying no. But I still believe we should give them another 15 minutes, because we've been going off and on the record and giving them different estimates if they're watching on webcam. So I'm going to call it again. The time is now almost 1 o'clock. That's 12:56 on my computer. So it's 5 of. So I'm calling the matter, which is Sierra Vista Cleaners, Young Q Park owner, case number 6182-1 for a regular variance. And we're not seeing that the petitioner is present. I'm going to take who is present for the executive officer.
Good afternoon, board members. Karen Manwaring on behalf of the executive office.
Thank you. So for the record, Ms. Manwaring is making an appearance on behalf of the district executive officer. And we're going to call upon the petitioner, if you're watching the webcast today, that you received notice and negotiated this date. I know that we heard a different matter first, but we're going to give you another 15 minutes to appear. And how do they know to do that, Madam Clerk? Is it just part of going on to the hearing board, to the website and finding the notice?
They can go that way. It is, the information is on the daily agenda or the calendar. Again, they should have received notice regarding their hearing with the date, time, and the Zoom information on that. I can try to make a call to them based on the number that I have on the petition, although Ms. Manwaring did indicate that she had tried earlier. I could try that again if you like.
I would appreciate that, and that would mean that we have made all attempts possible to reach petitioner. And in the meantime, I'm going to look. So it would be under our hearing board page on the website.
It would be under hearing board. I think it's calendar.
I'm gonna, yeah.
Agenda.
Okay, let me see.
I was going to say, he has an email also. Although I don't know whether you want to send him an email also just to cover both bases, you know.
And if you could do that, and if possible, Madam Clerk, send an email with the Zoom link, and I will try to see where they can access it on the website.
Okay.
And then we'll give them till 1:15.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We're off the record.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We did get an email from Jasmine Cleaners. It's in our inbox. It's a case we heard last week, I think, saying that he's denying the variance. But I think what
We got it from the clerk or from the actual?
no, it's from the. I think it was forwarded from the clerk, but it was from Jasmine Cleaners. There's no action we have to take. He's just informing us that he's decided to discontinue the operation of the dry cleaning machine.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I be heard on the comment that Mr. Bullock just raised?
Yes, I think we went off the record, but we could go back on. I know that the clerk's not here, but that's okay.
No, this is not specific to Sierra Vista. It's specific to Jasmine that was just addressed.
Yes.
Petitioner reached out to both the clerk and to the district's legal office. I did have an opportunity to speak with petitioner, and if I may, I indicated to him that he could either comply with the variance or he can comply with the rule. And the email, I would appreciate if the board members looked at it, because he actually was expressing difficulty in complying. And I wasn't sure about the language about denying the variance, but I wanted to share with you that he did reach out to both my office and the clerk's office, was unsure how to proceed. And so what I informed him that he could either comply with the variance or he could comply with the rule.
Okay, so it looks as though he's choosing not to comply with the variance, which gave him an extra month, but instead to discontinue use as of the 1st of January. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is that email coming directly from him, or did it?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's coming from the clerk of the board, because that's why I asked when Mr. Balagopalan said that, because we don't communicate directly with parties.
Okay. And that was sent today?
Yes, it looks like.
Yes,
it
I think
just-
at 11:37 a.m.
That's correct. Let's see. Okay. Okay. While we're off the record, I'm going to share my screen with this, with something I just created on how to access the Zoom link. So if anyone's watching and doesn't know how to get in, I think this is it. Mhm. Okay, so if you're watching and you're wondering how to get into the Zoom and to access the board agenda, go to the website aqmd.gov. Under the About tab at the top, choose Hearing Board. Once you go to the Hearing Board main page, where you'll be once you select Hearing Board, you select the agenda link, which is sort of in the middle of the page. And in there, you'll see a Zoom link.
Yeah, I just went on Find, Ms. Prozek, Madam Chair,
Right.
to look for their permit. Well, something seems to be amiss. I don't know why they repeated the three copies of the permit in wrong description on the equipment category that's selected, and the date of issue also seems off, but I guess it really doesn't matter at this point. But
Well, if we do have the hearing, then we can look into any documents.
right.
I'm here, just having some banana. Now, Teresa, you said you sent me a number of orders to review, but I don't see any.
I sent you 3 on the 23rd. One of them was the Torrance matter. One was Marvy Enterprises,
Mm-hmm.
and the other was City of San Bernardino, I think.
In separate emails or all together?
Separate emails.
Okay. Was it from you or from clerk of board?
From me, from my desk. And I have 5 to send to you.
Okay.
And of those, one of them was the Jasmine cleaners, which I had explained that I had wanted to make sure of the wording before, because I know we needed to speak to him, but he since, I guess, made a decision on how he was going to handle it.
Huh. From you?
Yeah, from A. Rothschild.
Yeah, I don't see it. And that's why I'm wondering if I just didn't get it, because I don't.
I sent them, you know, when we hit Julie in the that's the one it goes to. I don't know if, you know.
Julie that I got there, correct?
I don't know. It's when I put in Julie, Julie Prusak, whichever email is attached. I'm not sure.
I'm not seeing anything on the 23rd. I see on the 24th, the last one that came from your email is just the calendar update.
It came from my email? That should not have come from me. That should have came from clerk of board.
Let me just try it again.
I wasn't here on the 24th, and Rosalinda's doing the front desk.
My computer's acting very strange. I'm selecting Teresa Rothschild. I mean, A. Rothschild. But it's giving me all clerk of board. I don't know why. Okay. Huh. All right, I'm not going to do any searching. I'm just going to go to the 23rd and see if I can find it that way.
If not, once we end today, I'll give you a call. I'll read to you what comes up when I send, so you'll know where they're coming from or where they're going, and then to and it'll let me know. So if I need to change something, I can.
Okay.
Because I you know, I still have them, so I can always resend them.
So many emails. Take a while to get back to the 23rd, but I'll get there.
Yeah. A lot of emails.
Still have a few minutes.
Yeah. I did call and left a message, and I did send an email. So I'm going to check the front desk because I sent it from clerk of board. So I'm going to check that to see if he responded or if anyone responded there.
Okay. None in my inbox from you on the 23rd. I'm gonna check. Maybe you're going somehow into my trash. Could that be? Where's the trash?
Look in your spam, Julie, not the trash.
Where do you find, where's my spam? I don't mean trash, I meant spam, but
Oh, okay.
I can't find it. I never go in there. Let me see. This is the time of day when my computer starts to be slow as anything. Okay. I don't see my spam folder. Let me see. I give up. Let me look on my phone. No, it's not my junk file. I will talk after Al, Teresa, because I don't think I ever received it. I don't know why that is. Okay, I'm gonna stop the share then. Yeah, I think it is, well, we have one more minute and then I'm gonna stop the share. Oh, it looks like we lost Cynthia again, but I think that's okay because it seems to me that we're going to go back on the record. I still don't see, we haven't heard from, and we have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are you there, Al?
I think she just stepped. Oh, there she is.
Okay. We're going to go back on the record. I know we're missing Cynthia, but I think we're going to have to invoke Rule 8. So let's go back on the record. We have a quorum, so we could do that. I'm just going to say it on the record. Madam Clerk, can you just tell us how you attempted to contact petitioner during the break and what the results were?
Yes, I made a phone call to the petitioner, the number listed on the petition. I did not receive an answer. I did leave a voicemail indicating that the hearing was scheduled and that he should go on Zoom. I then went in from the clerk of the board's office, sent an email to the email address listed on the petition, letting him know that the matter was scheduled for today and that the chair was willing to hold it until 1:15, and gave him the information for this to come onto Zoom and the Zoom meeting ID. I just checked and he has not replied to that email.
Thank you. Thank you for all of that. And also on the record, during the 15 minutes we waited, I put up a instructions on how to access the Zoom link and our agenda. If you're watching the webinar and you were unable to find that Zoom link. And finally, Ms. Manwaring had come in, made an appearance for the district and alerted us and let us know that in fact she had attempted to twice call petitioner today, and Madam Clerk confirmed that although it is now after 1:15 in the afternoon, petitioner has not appeared at all on the Zoom all day. And Cynthia, I know you were not here, but since we had a quorum, we are just going to dismiss the matter without prejudice. And we don't have to make a motion for it because our Rule 8B1 again says, well, I'll read the whole thing. a party who is petitioning for a variance in order for abatement or appealing from or responding to some action taken by executive officer must appear in person or by legal counsel or other authorized representative in any hearing scheduled on the matter, unless the matter is being heard on the hearing board consent calendar, which is not applicable here. B1 goes on to say, if the petitioning party fails to attend the hearing board shall, which means there is no question, dismiss the case without prejudice. And so given all of the efforts that have been made to alert the petitioner not only received notice of today's hearing, but participated in choosing this date as a date that was a good date for petitioner to appear, and not appearing up till now, which is, it's almost 1:20 in the afternoon. Board members, we're going to dismiss this matter without prejudice, which means, petitioner, if you are watching later, that you are free to file an application or petition for a variance. And we have not made any decisions on the merits of your request, but merely have dismissed today's matter from the calendar. Okay, board members, is there, and thank you, Ms. Manwaring, for sticking around all day, even though we didn't hear your matter. And also, thank you
We'll
on the related matter of having listened to our discussion from our last hearing day. And I saw two methods by which the district is attempting to respond to the issues that hearing board members have had for the Mark Bondurot declaration. And that is, number one, I did see for a matter that's being heard in January that there has already been an email including Mr. Bondurot's declaration, so that the 10 days and the precise language that would be needed to bring it in, not as hearsay, has been followed. So we can look forward to that. And in addition, I assume in future matters, now that we did not bring it in, but the staff report has been provided, and we can choose to take official notice of that at the next related hearing. So thank you, Ms. Manwaring, and thank you to district staff for listening to that and responding appropriately. Any other business, board members, before we do adjourn for the day? And Madam Clerk, I will call you after. Any other business? Okay, so then I'll see you all tomorrow. Cynthia, make sure you turn off your computer overnight. Your computer will, trust me, I know, I've had so many problems with my computer. It behaves a lot better.
Okay.
All right.
Cynthia, I just had to reboot my district PC twice this morning. So yeah, and they're powerful. So
Okay.
whatever, you know, these
They get
PCs,
so tired. They
they're
get so tired.
And there's so many people that are using, the Zoom program as well as other programs, just computers in general. The internet's overloaded, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
yeah.
we are adjourned. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good
Take
day.
care.